Yes.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Is not here, is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez is absent. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. There's one item that is a joint city council and Richmond Housing Authority. I'll identify that item when we come to it. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Avalos versus City of Richmond. C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There are two cases. C3, conference with real property negotiators. First property is South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Mayor Flores Community Devco LLC, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. The next property is the joint item with the Richmond City Council and Richmond Housing Authority. The property is Nevin Plaza, 2400 Nevin Plaza. Agency negotiators, Shasa Curl and Annette Beecham. Negotiating parties, EAH Housing, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Item C4 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We do not have any requests to address the council at this time.
Okay, well, with that, we're adjourned to closed session.
Thank you.
Nat, they already went to closed session. Open session is over. They went to closed session. Nat. Which? Which one's which? Is it one bag each? You take no bag? Food is here. You want to get certain things, you better go get it now.
Hi, Richard. This is Craig Murray checking in, just making sure audio check.
Okay, I see 4 council members, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates? Councilmember Bates? Is absent. Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, thank you. The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Don't see any. Next item is agenda review. I would like to take two items off the consent calendar. The first one is 0.3.A, which is about the port audit. And the second one is 0.5.A, which is about the marina at Marina Bay. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, I don't see any. We'll move on. Report of the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. On the closed session agenda, taking items as they're listed. The first item, Avelos versus City of Richmond's litigation matter. The council authorized settlement negotiations to resolve the matter. The next item is two cases. That was two potential initiation cases. We did discuss one of the cases, and direction was given to the city attorney. The second item was not discussed at all. With regards to the property on the Miraflores property, that was not discussed. There was property at 2400 Nevin Plaza. That was discussed in terms of real property negotiations, and there was direction given for further negotiations on that item. And on the labor negotiations, there was a very brief status report, and there was no reportable action taken, just direction for further negotiations. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Next is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. I'm excited to announce that we have a new great member of our team joining us. Daniel, if you can put on your camera, that would be great, or at least turn on your audio. So Daniel's our new Public Works Director. I wanted to introduce him to the team. He started with the city yesterday, so happy Halloween. And Daniel is joining us. He's a registered professional engineer in the state of California with over 20 years experience in both the public and private sector. He recently served in the city of San Ramon, and prior to that worked in the city of Orinda, as well as the city and county of San Francisco. We're very pleased to have him joining our team. And some personal things to note about Daniel is that he's an avid San Francisco Giants fan, a Niners believer, and a Warriors follower. So next up this evening, you're going to hear from Nikki to give the abatement report, but this will be the last time, hopefully, unless Daniel's on vacation, that Nikki will have the honor and the privilege of giving the abatement report. We're in the process of continuing to make some additional new hires in the city of Richmond, and as people are brought on board, we'll continue to share the new hires. Also, want to note that there were 3 promotions in the police department this week. I would like to welcome Assistant Chief Timothy Simmons to his new role, working closely as the right-hand person to Chief French. Also, Captain Matthew Stonebreaker was promoted, and Lieutenant Donovan. And so had an opportunity to participate in the swearing in, and want to thank Daniel for joining our team, and also want to thank the members of the police department for their service, and congratulations on their promotional ceremony. Daniel, is there anything that you want to share with the Richmond community as we welcome you here?
Thank you, Shasa, Mayor Butt, council members. It's a pleasure to be part of the team. Very excited, and at the same time, I have to be honest and say a little bit nervous, because I know it's a big responsibility. The community of Richmond deserves the best service, the best possible service, and I'm planning to provide that with the team that we have. Part of that is to hire as soon as possible, fill all the vacancies that we have with the best professionals that are available right now out there. That being said, thank you very much for the opportunity, and leave it. If you have any question, I'm willing to answer them.
Councilmember McLaughlin, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just didn't hear the city manager say it. First of all, welcome, Mr. Chavaria, but did you mention that he is our Public Works Director? If not, I just wanted to make sure the public knew that.
Oh, no, I did. I
Okay,
said that I will
must have
welcome
missed it.
Daniel as our new Public Works Director.
Okay,
and
got
that,
it.
he is a professional civil engineer, so this is really, really lucky and honored that we were able to steal him away from San Ramon. And we're actively working together to fill some other key vacancies in the Public Works Department. And just want to, again, welcome him here to Richmond. We know all of you have a lot of outstanding requests, so Robert and Nikki are going to be meeting with Daniel, as well as Daniel's going to be checking in with all of the Public Works Department members individually in 15-minute meetings, as well as with all of his direct reports on a regular basis. So that way we can get things turned around. We know a lot of the concerns from the residents are in the built environment. And so we're going to get after it.
Welcome.
Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say welcome, bienvenido to the city of Richmond, and we will be we are excited about filling this position. It's a lot of work, as you said, but this is an important department, and we hope that you can take it on and help us to really serve our community. Así que bienvenido de nuevo.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, next item is abatement report.
Nikki, we can't hear you.
Next item is abatement report.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. Please start the slide presentation for the Public Works abatement update.
It's coming.
That is not the presentation.
It doesn't appear we have it.
You want to move on, and if you guys find it, let me know, and we can insert it later. Is that okay?
That would be great.
Great. Okay. So the next item then is open forum.
Right now we have 3 speakers.
Okay, we have Sohila Bana, Reza Yazdi, and Mark Wasberg. Sohila Bana, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Sohaila Bana. I am a resident of Richmond in District 4. I would like to sincerely thank the City Council members and especially Mayor Tom Butt for supporting women's rights in Iran. There's a resolution of the City Council in support of women's rights in Iran in the consent calendar. With your permission, I would like to read it here. Whereas women in Iran are systematically subjected to violation of their human rights, especially their sexual rights, as exemplified by the murder of Mahsa Amini, along with other women protesting her death by the Islamic Republic of Iran security forces. And whereas many Iranian women's rights defenders, including Nasrin Sotoudeh, have been imprisoned and tortured for being defenders of human rights in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and many demonstrators are currently being subjected to such treatment, including imprisonment, as a result of their nonviolent struggle for justice, dignity, and equality. And whereas the city of Richmond strongly supports human rights and women's rights, it stands in solidarity with the Iranian community, both in Richmond and Iran, and celebrates our Iranian community and culture that adds to our city's rich diversity and culture. And whereas the city of Richmond affirms its support of human rights in Iran, including equal rights for women, the LGBTQ plus community and minorities, and the end of discrimination against women and targeted religious, non-religious, and cultural minorities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council firmly supports the immediate release of all women's rights defenders and prisoners of conscience in the Islamic Republic of Iran, condemns the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Reza Yazdi. Reza, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Reza Yazdi, if
Yes, this is Reza Yazdi. Hi, everybody. I would like to give my time to Sohaila Bana to finish her talk.
Well, I can't do that, but I understood somebody else was going to finish it. So if you want to pick up where she left off, go ahead.
Okay, I will finish that.
Okay.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Richmond City Council firmly supports the immediate release of all women's rights defenders and prisoners of conscience in the Islamic Republic of Iran, condemn the brutal murder of Mahsa Amini, and asks for the immediate cessation of the human rights abuse against the Iranian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg, and the following speaker after that is Deborah Bayer. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
What do you expect in Iran? It's a terrorist country. They don't have no rights there. And you people are gonna get on here and says Butt thinks he's gonna release all the political prisoners in Iran. That's the most stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life. People are laughing at it. I mean, you got to realize, I mean, these people have no rights. You know, you should be glad you're in America. You talk about rights. Once you talk about the RPA, they're not respecting your rights. They want to go ahead and make Richmond another Castro district. This is the most ridiculous thing I've seen in my entire life. They're never going to change in the Middle East. They've been fighting since biblical times. I mean, this is getting to be so dumb. And now, oh yeah, we forgot. Sean, he even admitted that he had peace in the Middle East. And now Bud tried to play some type of Mr. Righteousness and try to release all these prisoners. What about our rights? What about the First Amendment rights you said we had, Bud? What about that? violating our First Amendment rights. Oh, you can say any cuss word you want, but you cannot talk about the election. Oh, no, that's illegal. You can't do that. You don't even have a law, an ordinance. You don't have nothing. All you got a bunch of written crap about what McLaughlin put a muzzle on the city council years ago during the election time. So who the hell you think your people are kidding? You got to realize you can kick and scream and yell all you want, but you're not gonna change these people in the Middle East, especially in Iran and Iraq and all these other terrorist countries. You got to be stupid. This is why we need to stop these two homosexuals from running for office. This is what the RPA is doing. They want to make Richmond another Castro district. Stop these.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Deborah Bear. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. This is Debbie Baer, and I was disappointed to hear in the review of the summary of what happened in closed council that there was no resolution to the labor negotiations between the city and the rest of the unions. I'm especially concerned about the firefighters union. They've had a lot of difficulty recruiting, and they are working mandatory overtime, like 7 days in a row. And I think people are talking about public safety a lot during the election. It's coming up in almost every flyer. Public safety and firefighters are about public safety. And I include the rest of the staff too, that does an awesome job for the county and does a lot of work. And the police got a 20% raise over 3 years. The rest of the unions, including the firefighters, have been trying to negotiate a contract for several years without a result. And I just urge the council to finish these negotiations and give the workers who work for the city and who protect us and clean our city and give us information we need, give them all a contract that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers on the public side, but I do see Council Member Willis's hand up. No? Oh, okay, so there are no more public speakers.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar minus the two items that were taken off?
I motion that we adopt the consent calendar with the knowledge that 0.3.A and 0.5.A are both removed for discussion.
I second the motion.
Question. Motion by Johnson, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Bates, go ahead.
Did you intend to speak on a Veteran Day? Or is that a CC item? That you just gonna pass the proclamation?
On what?
On 08K, Veterans Day.
Oh, no, I wasn't gonna speak on it. I put it on the agenda, but I wasn't gonna. Would you like to?
I'd like to speak. I'd like that to be taken off, please.
Okay, you want to take it off and speak
Yes.
on? Okay, all right, we'll do that. Excellent. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk. And by the way, just to remind you, Councilmember Bates just took off item 0.8.K Veterans Day 2022.
Okay. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the next item would be new business, item P1. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item P1 is to receive a status report on the police department and fire department recruitment efforts.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and council members. My name is Sharon Taylor. I'm the Interim Human Resources Director. And I will be presenting to you our presentation regarding our recruitment efforts for public safety. Can you please bring up the slides? Thank you. So my consultant, Ms. Francisco, is in here today, so I will be presenting on her behalf. Can you please go to the first slide? So we were given the charge to do a recruitment to fill 37 vacancies for our police officers, both lateral and entry level. And we embarked on a social media strategy in partnership with MRG and CPS, in which we launched a campaign which hit all social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, and other social media outlets. Next slide, please. This is a sampling of the ads that we created. As you can see, they're colorful, they're diverse, they show all aspects of our police service. The digital ads are here below, and you can also see them at our joinrichmondpd.com. We also have a dedicated website that was established well before our media campaign, but our media campaign feeds into our established website. And with that website, we are able to get interest and respond to them directly. So we launched it on September 29th of this year. Next slide, please. Our digital outreach covers over 50 miles in our local area, all the way up to Bakersfield, Butte County, Sacramento, Madera. We are targeting persons of a certain demographic that would be interested in public safety careers. And we've launched our campaign well out beyond the Bay Area, so as to capture interest. Next slide, please. Here you will see some of our data that we have retrieved from our campaign. We've had 246,000 impressions. That's basically how many people have been touched by our media campaign. We received 178 leads. That means there are people that are coming straight to our website from our social media campaign. There is the cost, which is minimal at this point, but I'm happy to say that just in 1 month's time, we have been able to issue 4 conditional offers and or people are in background. So we've received 15 training applications, 3 lateral applications, which yielded 7 interviews. And as I stated earlier, we have 4 officers in background in just 1 month's time. Please go to the next slide. As far as our firefighter strategy, we received over 700 applications through our CalJack recruitment. We use CalJack, which is an outlet that specifically does recruitments for firefighters. The A-band candidates were invited to interviews that spanned over the course of an entire week. We received a lot of support from city departments. Many of our employees assisted in staffing those interviews, and we appreciate their assistance, including the police department. And from those interviews of about 147 candidates, we received 20 highly qualified candidates that are going through the chief's interview at this point. It is my understanding that they occurred partially, I think, last week and also this week. And then those candidates will be invited to participate in a fire academy that we're hoping to schedule for January. We've also embarked on promotional examinations too. Currently, we have 4 firefighter vacancies, but with these promotions, we will yield about 4 more, which will give us a total of 8. So it is important that we have a strong employment list so that we can backfill. We have our promotional battalion chief test coming up this month in November. Fire engineer is happening in January, and fire captain is happening in February. And we hope to place these promotional exams on a cycle so as not to have a long break in between those promotional opportunities. Next slide. So that concludes the presentation. You can always reach out to me. I'm the Interim Human Resources Director at my email, or give me a phone call regarding the recruitments if you have any further questions. And I thank you all for your time.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Have a couple of one question and then one comment. You mentioned that for the Richmond Police Department, there was like lateral recruitment or hiring. Was that the same for the fire department?
We had for police, we had both entry level and lateral. For firefighter, we did entry level.
And can you explain why only entry level? What only entry level was for the fire department?
That was the motion that we were already in set when I took on the assignment. We had already engaged with CalJack to do the entry level firefighter recruitment. It doesn't mean that we can't explore a lateral recruitment as well.
But so why can somebody explain me why it was only entry level and no lateral?
What I can say is that the CalJack recruitment was already underway when I took the assignment.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I hadn't received any information from the fire chief or anyone else that they wanted to embark on a lateral, but that's very easily done. We can certainly embark on a lateral if that is the direction of the city manager and the department head.
So yeah, can Chasa or the chief answer my question about why entry level, just entry level and no lateral for the fire department, please? Thank you.
Certainly. Councilmember Jimenez, I would like to follow up with Chief Montoya and we can confer with you directly and we can email the council and share that information with all of them together as a, okay?
Yeah, I think I also just like we are here for the public to know, so it's not just for
No, I understand that. If I think it's important, I really defer to the police and fire chief in terms of these types of questions and how things are managed. And what I would say is that, as we've talked about before, like with the class and comp study, Sharon is the 5th HR director in this role over the last couple of years. So I think what she's nicely trying to convey is things started and we're trying to expeditiously fill positions. And I just want to acknowledge that your question is a good question. And I wanted to confer with the chief and get back to you.
Yeah, no, and I thank you, Sharon. I know that it's no, you just started. I just wanted to get the straight answer.
Yeah, I don't have a straight answer. I promise I would tell you. And I think that it's really imperative that I think this is the fact that the chief actually made a diagram to show how we could offer internal promotions and hire new folks. And so that's what I know that we've been focused on, is creating pathways for people in the fire department who want to matriculate up. But it doesn't negate the question around lateral transfers. And so we'll get more information and get back to you. And also HR has never engaged in this sort of cross-sectional campaign before, where we're trying to fill 37 police positions, 8 firefighter positions, and implement class and comp, and we're doing negotiations concurrently. So I really commend Sharon and the entire HR team for all the work they're doing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know that there is a lot of work that the HR department is doing. So thank you for your work. My last question and comment is about the amount of people who apply. And it will be good to have a historical about like how many applicants we have, how many went to the process, and the end result of like how many people were actually hired from some work from some year, like 5 years, it could be good. And then my last thing is, you mentioned that for the fire department, 700 applicants, which is really great that we have that. Out of that, 20 people, what was like 20 people were the ones that you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So I would like to explain, we did receive 700 applications, but they were divided between bands based on their score. So we have A, B, and C band. And so out of the A band, we received 147 candidates. 100 came to the interviews, and out of that 100, we have 20 highly qualified candidates. We still do have a B band and a C band intact, and we may go on to those bands later on to fill vacancies.
Oh, okay. So basically with like, can I say that the percentage that we have right now of like potential hiring is 2.8% in terms of like how many applicants were and how many were selected? Is that?
Yes, if you say yes, about 20, but we haven't, we haven't went through the selection process. They've gone through their chief's interviews, and so we'll be able to see the outcome of that. But yes.
Okay. And then with the fire police department, we have 15 applicants, and great that we have four of them that are in the process of being hired. So that is a little higher percentage. So thank you so much for all the work and trying hard. I know like filling vacancies all over the department is hard in these moments, but thank you. And I am looking forward to have same presentation about other departments. Youth Works is one of the departments. So please, if you come back with more information about the other departments, so that will be great. Thank you.
I really appreciate your support, Councilmember Jimenez. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? I had a couple of questions. So did I hear this right, that you had 700 applications for firefighter and you had 15 applications for police officer? Is that right?
We had 700 for firefighter and 37 applications. I believe it was 37. Let me go back to my slide.
Okay, and your vacancies on the police department are 37, and
yes,
on the fire department, I think you said 7 or 8.
Yes, so it was 15 trainee and 3 laterals. So we received 18 applications. 7 went through the interview and 4 going through background for police.
So it's fair to say that recruiting for police officers is a large order of magnitude more challenging than recruiting firefighters, right?
Well, they both have unique circumstances surrounding them, but police officer recruitments have been a challenge for the past year or 2.
Yeah, and we know that that's not unique to Richmond, that all cities, all jurisdictions that have law enforcement are challenged in recruiting. But the question, so we're in a situation where if we want to actually successfully recruit people to law enforcement, we've got to be competitive. And a couple of things. Have you done exit interviews of officers that are leaving Richmond to find out why they're leaving?
Our police department conducts the exit interviews, and they are collecting the data. A lot of our police officers are transitioning into non-police officer type careers. They're going into investigations. I think I know that Chief French referred to that at her presentation last week. So some are choosing different career paths, but the police department, they do conduct their own exit interviews.
Well, some of them are going to other police departments, so right?
There are several that are also going to other police departments as well.
I'd be interested to get that data, because if you're losing people, knowing why they're leaving is a good piece of information to have if you're trying to recruit replacements. And the second thing is that at a time when recruiting people for law enforcement jobs is very challenging, have you done any analysis to find out what other jurisdictions are doing that appears to be successful? It seems to me like going on social media is kind of like a no-brainer. I mean, that's what everybody does. But are there any tricks out there that our competition are using that they're finding successful that we ought to look at? I mean, one of the things I read about are things like big signing bonuses and things like that. So again, are we looking at what seems to work for successful recruitment for law enforcement positions?
We are definitely looking at that. A lot of the local agencies and other public agencies are having the same challenges that we are. They are also using social media quite heavily because it does target a demographic. We are going out into the colleges. We're all pretty much doing the same thing, but I do hear your input regarding the signing bonus and other fringe benefits. And, you know, we're working with the city manager and other leadership to discuss those options. But we're pretty much all exploring the same thing and looking at the same pool. But I think that Richmond is very special and has a lot of attributes that we can really highlight to attract a great team of people to join us.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Well, you articulated some of the concerns that I had. And one I'd like to follow up on, are there other jurisdictions that are providing bonuses, additional incentives financially? I was reading where there were some individuals that if they refer a person to a particular agency and that person eventually got hired, that they would get a stipend or something of that nature. So the question again is, what are some of the other jurisdictions doing financially to attract officers?
We have done research on that, and I can compile that information and share that with the council. I will surely have to do an update on the information that I do have, but I can provide that for you.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just maybe one or two questions and a comment. In terms of like the recruitment drive, what would disqualify somebody from being considered for one of the vacancies? Like, how are we prioritizing qualification and what's disqualifying people from being put up in front of being hired?
Well, there is a testing process. They must have their post-test, which is a test designated for public safety. We ask them to bring that score with them upon application. And then once their application is sent over to the police department, then they go through a physical agility test. So entry-level police officer, it's a fairly basic minimum qualifications are required. We are also exploring the option of giving our own post-test as well, instead of having them have their test scores when they enter their application. So we've been in communication with the police department to hopefully launch that in the near future.
What about for fire department?
Fire department is basically the same. They do need their EMT license because our firefighters, you know, very bravely are on the front line, and they do deal with a lot of medical calls. So we do ask that they have their EMT when they apply. So all of our trainees do have their EMT, and then they need to go through the academy as the police officers do as well.
Okay. And do you have like a general estimate on how many of the folks that have been applying for either police or fire have been Richmond residents?
I don't have those demographics. I can, again, pull that when I pull the other information and provide that to you.
Okay, yeah. Part of the reason I was asking is because I know some of the feedback I got from public safety staff when I do talk to them is that it seems like some of the testing and requirements have become a bit more stricter than when some people may have applied originally, to where if they're looking back on their story and if they were to apply today, they may not have been able to be a part of our department. So I guess I'm wondering, like, what are we doing to like give special consideration for people who are applying, but they're not quite testing at the highest levels, maybe outside candidates, but if they're like from Richmond or the general area, what are we doing to give them special consideration for having institutional knowledge of the community that they grew up in, and making sure that as we're thinking about hiring processes that we're being flexible and nuanced and not just looking at scores on the paper and seeing like what other qualities can candidates bring to the position, and is there potential for them to have a test score higher after getting experience under their belt. So I'll stop right there. I have a few other thoughts. I just want to make sure that we're not giving somebody who comes from a disadvantaged community like Richmond, that we're not putting in more barriers in front of them, instead just creating more opportunities for them to do better and grow one of these positions is my ultimate goal. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, along the same lines, I'm curious as to whether the hires will reflect the racial the population in the city of Richmond.
Again, I don't have the demographics, but that is, as Councilmember Willis, we are given the charge to ensure that the pathway to becoming a police officer is as seamless as possible. And that's why we're trying to open up opportunities to have the post-test, and also in collaboration with the police department, who does pretty much the second review. They're also reaching out. Our Lieutenant Smith is calling people on their personal phones when they express interest. And so we're really trying to do a lot of outreach. As far as the demographics, that's information that I'll need to pull for you. But we are, as you can see by our campaign is diverse. We want to attract people from all walks of life, women, people of color, anyone in the community are invited to apply, and we want to attract them through our campaign.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Once you people quit lying to the people and tell the people the truth on why you cannot hire police officers. They're being assassinated. 2 officers was assassinated in Connecticut. Just 2 other police officers were shot serving a search warrant. And the city council wanted to fund the police. They hate the police. Every Richmond PD I talk to, they hate you people because you wanted to fund them. That's why they're leaving. Anybody who wants to be a police officer got to be crazy. They're being attacked. They're being murdered. They're going to their homes and shooting up their homes. It's all because of the city council, and it's your government, the Democratic Party, who's defunding the police. Ever since the Floyd incident, people wanted to fund the police. The police was the enemy. Even that pedophile president you have admitted that the police are the enemy. I mean, this is why they're leaving Richmond. They're going to other places where the cities respect these people. They're giving them raises. You just flat out lying to the people. You don't want to tell the people the truth. Anybody got to be a cop is going to ruin the risk their lives for a city council that hates them. The Richmond PD admitted that they're not going to force the law because they're not being backed by the city council. And that idiot Aguado goes, well, we're going to hire 7 more cops. Hell, you need about 50 more cops. This is how stupid the whole thing is. Oh, yeah, we can't forget the election's coming up now. Oh, we need to support our police officers because just about everybody in Richmond is supporting the police. We need the police, sure. Mark Wasberg for mayor, vote for me. I'll guarantee you I'll bring the police back.
Okay, no campaigning. Madam Clerk, cut him off, please.
Okay. There are no more speakers.
Okay, the next item is item P2, 2019-20 and 2020-21 rent control program and annual report. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item P2 is to receive the 2019-20 and 2020-21 rent program annual report infographic video.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and members of the City Council. Nicholas Traylor, Executive Director of the Richmond Rent Program. I'm here to present the 2019-20 and 2020-21 annual report. After the presentation, I'll be available and answer questions. KCRT, if you could start the annual report with presentation, that'd be great.
The mission of the RENT program is to promote neighborhood and community stability, healthy housing, and affordability for Richmond tenants through the regulating of those landlord-tenant matters that reasonably relate to rents and evictions while maintaining a landlord's right to a fair return. There are two pillars of the rent ordinance: rent stabilization and eviction protections. Working in tandem, these two components create housing stability, which in turn builds increased affordability, healthier housing, and community stability. Studies have shown that housing stability produces innumerable benefits for the community. First, housing stability contributes to financial stability. Financial stability allows both tenants and landlords to plan for the future and to invest in their properties and community. Second, housing stability contributes to healthier housing. When knowing that they are protected from evictions and arbitrary or excessive rent increases, tenants are more likely to assert their right to habitable housing, resulting in a healthier and more attractive housing stock. Third, housing stability contributes to a decrease in homelessness and overcrowding by preventing unwarranted and arbitrary evictions, and by diminishing the need to bring in extra housemates to pay excessive rent increases. Fourth, housing stability leads to better academic performance. Displacement during an academic year is a major factor in poor grades and low attendance. When children reside in a stable housing environment, it becomes reflective in positive school performance. Finally, housing stability contributes to reduced psychological and physiological stress and improved mental health, demonstrating the real connection between stable housing and positive health outcomes.
Excuse me, is somebody
The
not muted?
difficulties
I
of the
hear music in the
COVID-19
background.
pandemic further emphasize the interconnectedness of all of our health outcomes, and that housing stability is a public health issue. To protect public health, save lives, and maintain strong housing stability through the pandemic, local, county, and state governments adopted eviction and rent increase moratoria. Rent program staff accepted the charge of not only continuing to enforce the rent ordinance, but also of being the hub of pandemic-related information for Richmond landlords and tenants. Rent program staff became the local experts for landlords and tenants regarding the slew of new and often intersecting city, county, and state eviction and rent increase moratoria, and a critical force in connecting rent assistance to those in need. To assist landlords facing pandemic-related financial hardship, the rent program adopted a policy of allowing landlords to either request a deferral or to set up a payment plan to manage their rental housing fees. Finally, in response to the pandemic, the rent program spearheaded the development of Richmond's first rent assistance program, dedicated solely to Richmond landlords and tenants. To work toward the mission of building housing and community stability, the rent program employs active enforcement of the rent ordinance. Active enforcement has three components. First, to reach high levels of compliance, the rent program must have good data on rental properties, tenancies, and lawful rent levels. Collecting good data is achieved through the property enrollment and tenancy registration process. Second, active enforcement is achieved through counseling, community education, and mediation. Finally, active enforcement means providing landlords and tenants with recourse through the rent adjustment petition process. Rent program staff have worked diligently, steadily increasing compliance every year from 61% in 2017 to 78% in 2018 to 93% in 2019 and finally to 96% in 2020. To achieve high levels of compliance, our staff has been both responsive and proactive. They respond to issues and questions brought forth from the community and through community workshops, outreach, and research, working to ensure that landlords are aware of their property enrollment, tenancy registration, and rental housing fee responsibilities. Towards that end, our staff has held 2,494 billing and enrollment consultations, sent out 1,111 property enrollment packets, and enrolled 673 properties. Having more accurate data on rental properties and tenancies enhances our ability to perform community outreach, education, and counseling. For the rent ordinance to be enforced, Richmond landlords and tenants must know their rights and responsibilities. Public information staff devote their time and resources to educating the public about their rights derived from the rent ordinance. This knowledge empowers the community to assert its rights under the law. Public information staff held 9,670 counseling sessions with landlords and tenants on issues ranging from how to take lawful rent increases, the requirements around having just cause to evict, security deposit disputes, how to file rent increase or rent decrease petition, how to apply for emergency rental assistance, what the new rules and limitations are around lawfully performing evictions during the pandemic, and options for resolving habitability problems. Rent program staff also mediated 20 formal landlord-tenant disputes and many more informal disputes. The rent program contracts with the Eviction Defense Center and Bay Area Legal Aid to refer community members to legal assistance and representation necessary to assert their rights. 218 households in Richmond received legal service referrals from the rent program. Getting landlords and tenants on the same page about how rent control and eviction protections work is one of the most effective ways to enforce the rent ordinance. Towards that end, rent program staff held 20 webinars and workshops with 574 community members in attendance. Another key way the rent ordinance is enforced is with landlord-tenant outreach associated with the noticing requirements for rent increase and eviction notices. The rent ordinance requires landlords to submit a copy to the rent program of any rent increase notice served on a tenant within 10 business days of having served that notice. The rent increase notices are then reviewed by staff, and any unauthorized rent increase is flagged, resulting in a courtesy compliance letter being sent to both the landlord and the tenant. The rent ordinance also requires landlords to submit to the rent program a copy of any notice of termination of tenancy within 2 business days of having served the tenant. Staff review notices of termination of tenancy, and those prohibited by law result in a courtesy compliance letter being sent to both the landlord and the tenant. During the pandemic, this was especially important because emergency laws required additional steps and requirements to terminate a tenancy. Over the past 2 fiscal years, the rent program has sent over 800 courtesy compliance letters to landlords and tenants. The rent program actively enforces the rent ordinance by recording and tracking maximum allowable rents through tenancy registration. By tracking the maximum allowable rent for rent-controlled tenancies, both landlords and tenants can keep track of each year's rent ceiling to avoid rent overcharges. By avoiding rent overcharges, landlords and tenants also steer clear of future disputes over their rent and prevent unnecessary rent board petitions. The final component of active enforcement of the rent ordinance is the rent adjustment petition process. Not only does rent control stabilize rents, but it also offers a petition process for adjusting rents. For example, tenants may petition for lower rent to encourage and compel landlords to address habitability issues. On the other hand, landlords may petition for increased rent due to capital improvements or to maintain the net operating income they achieved before rent control came into effect. In the last 2 fiscal years, there were 937 consultations with the Hearings Unit Coordinator, 7 individual rent increases ordered, 13 individual rent decreases ordered, and 41 settlement agreements reached. Now let's look at rental housing in Richmond by the numbers. First, let's address an important question. Since the number of rental units reported by the rent program has decreased from 24,797 to 19,714, has Richmond seen a decline in rental units? The short answer is no. The number of rental units reported by the rent program initially included thousands of suspected rental units. Through annual exemption verification and billing projects, over 5,000 suspected rental units were removed from the rental housing database. The result indicates not a decline in available rental units, but better reported data. Of the 19,714 recorded rental units in Richmond, 43% are fully covered, meaning they have both rent controls and just cause eviction protections, and 57% are partially covered, meaning only just cause eviction protections apply. Breaking down the number of partially covered rental units in Richmond, we see that 20.7% are governmentally subsidized rental units, and the remaining 36.3% are single-family homes, condominiums, and post-February 1, 1995 construction. Breaking down the number of governmentally subsidized units, we see that there are 2,925 low-income housing tax credit units, there are 1,215 housing choice vouchers, and 789 units that are HUD project-based. There are 26 affordable housing developments in Richmond. In accordance with Rent Board Regulation 202, affordable housing is exempt from rent control but subject to just cause eviction protections and associated relocation payment requirements. To maintain the exemption from rent control, affordable housing providers must be in compliance with Resolution 19-01, which limits annual rent increases to no more than 5%. Tenants and landlords of affordable housing can seek assistance from the rent program with eviction-related issues and request mediation to resolve conflicts. Let's now look at rent increase data. The authorized annual rent increase, or the annual general adjustment, was 3.5% in 2019 and 2.9% in 2020. However, during the pandemic, there was a significant drop in rent increase notices being filed with the rent program due to the City of Richmond and Contra Costa County's rent increase moratoria. In fiscal year 2019-2020, there were 939 rent increase notices filed with the rent program. The median rent for a rent-controlled unit was $1,550. The median rent increase was $50. In fiscal year 2020-2021, there were 233 rent increase notices filed with the rent program. The median rent for rent-controlled units was $1,400, and the median rent increase was $39. Now let's look at a short analysis of termination of tenancy notices filed with the rent program. Fiscal year 2019-2020, there were 1,925 notices of termination of tenancy filed with the rent program. In fiscal year 2020-2021, there were 541 termination of tenancy notices filed with the rent program. This 72% decrease in notices of termination of tenancy filed was clearly connected to the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act, which prohibited most evictions for non-payment of rent claim due to financial hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, with the caveat that the tenant pay 25% of the rent. We conclude this annual report with a brief summary of the rent program's finances. In fiscal year 2019-2020, with a total budget of $2.9 million, the rent program finished the year with a modest reserve, collecting 93% of the rental housing fees. In fiscal year 2020-2021, the rent program also ended the year with a modest reserve, reaching 96% compliance in the collection of the rental housing fee.
So pretty much 9 to 5, 8 days a week. Okay. We will.
To learn more about services provided by the Richmond Rent Program, please contact us at 510-234-RENT. That's 510-234-7368. Or visit us at 440 Civic Center Plaza, 2nd floor, Richmond, California, as well as online at richmondrent.org.
So I'm available for any questions.
Okay, I see Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. It seems to get more and more detailed each and every single year. My first kind of non-serious question is how awkward did the staff feel having a camera in their face while they were working? You don't need to answer that one. I know they felt very awkward. The serious question I wanted to have, and then I have a statement, is I have like recently, you know, come across only like a couple of landlords who are, you know, generally understanding of the housing prices, but are still like not really completely comprehensively understanding the process of the rent board, or even that it's a service that they can utilize. So I guess I'm wondering, like, what kind of future strategies do you have to show like this is also a place that if landlords have a grievance that they can come to the rent board, and pushing back against the false narrative that this is a tenant only department?
And thank you, Councilmember Willis. Let me start by saying that rent program staff do not advocate for the tenant or the landlord. We advocate for the rent ordinance, for the law itself. The majority of the folks that we serve, meaning the majority of the people that contact us, are Richmond landlords. The majority of Richmond landlords are mom and pop landlords. So we have had a lot of contact with mom and pop landlords, as well as larger landlords as well. There are still many landlords that are new to the game. And one of the reasons they're new to the game is that there is generally a high, well, let me just back up. In Richmond, a large portion of our rental housing stock are single family homes. And as you know, single family homes go in and out of the market. And when they go in and out of the market, they go in and out of being owner occupied to being rented, so on and so forth. So we monitor the sale of property in Richmond, and whenever there's a new owner, we do outreach to them to make sure that they're aware of the requirements. But there are also owners that become new owners, new rental property owners, and just like in any other jurisdiction, they have to eventually learn about the rules here in Richmond. And our goal is to continue to hold monthly workshops to try and make sure that everybody's fully aware of their rights and responsibilities. We have also done in the past mass outreach to owners of single-family homes through a postcard campaign. We've had also some other campaigns to reach out to property owners to make sure that they know what the requirements are around the rent ordinance. So we have done quite an extensive outreach, but there's still a lot of folks that come new to the game because of the nature of the rental housing stock here in Richmond.
All right, well, no, thank you for that answer. I did just want to raise that as an issue that I came across just by, commentary or feedback, just to, I'm sure you're doing everything you can, but just wanting to say like, hey, this isn't just tenant, this is also for landlords to get advice too. And because I know that there are critics and you may or may not get rated tonight, depending on an individual, I did at least want to express my appreciation and your help for issues that I come across, because a lot of the work I do was working with tenants and people who don't know their rights. And I know everybody I sent to you at least feels like they're on a better track than where they were before they had the information and an understanding what the rights are. So I do appreciate you and the rent program for all the work that you have been doing and being very responsive to issues as I bring them up, and I'm sure as others bring them up. So thank you for everything you do, and don't take any of the criticisms personally. Everybody has their own philosophical differences of opinion. Nothing can be done except to respectfully agree to disagree and just say our side of the story and leave it at that. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. One has to do with the rent board notifying the landlords during the COVID as it relates to how they could get compensated for rent unpaid. Did you provide that kind of communication to the landlords?
Yes, we did. In fact, we sent a special mailing to all Richmond landlords. Actually, we sent it to all Richmond residents, informing them of the rent relief resources that are available in Richmond. We also had a special web page on our website just devoted to rent assistance, how to apply for it, links to the state website, links to other local websites that also provide rent assistance resources. So that was a major priority for us. And we also did presentations on how to apply for rent assistance, actually instructional videos, step-by-step online, how to go to the housingiskey.com and how to set up an account and so on and so forth.
Okay, the other question is that, as I recall, over the duration of the rent board, you have the authority to a large extent in terms of what rate increases occur. Is that a fair assessment?
We administer and enforce the rent ordinance, and the rent ordinance is what determines the lawful annual increase. And that's, at this point, it's based on 100% of the consumer price index. It has been since 2017.
Now, during the past several years, I think it was, you indicated 1 year is 2.5, another year maybe 3. Could you just elaborate what has been the percentages over the last 3-4 years of rate increase?
Sure. And just get to it real quick. I don't misquote. So in 2016, it was 3.0. 2017, it was 3.4. In 2018, it was 3.6. In 2019, it was 3.5. In 2020, it was 2.9. In 2021, it was 1.6. And in 2022, it is 5.2.
So the point is, last year, I think that was a reduction of something like $150 a fiscal year. The median rent dropped. Is that a fair assessment?
Right. The annual general adjustment in 2021 was the lowest we'd seen it. So as a result, the median rent increases also went down, as well as the median rents.
Yeah.
But the pandemic also obviously had an impact on the demand for housing as well.
Well, it seems as though the rent board has been quite effective in protecting the renters. And my question really is, recognizing that you've done a superb job, why is it necessary, in your opinion, to have another measure on the ballot that deals with a rate increase that you pretty much followed suit to over the several years that you've been in operation?
So as you know, as the director of the rent board, I speak for the board, and the board has not weighed in on Measure P. So I cannot comment on Measure P.
Okay, the last question. Your primary purpose and relationship has been, as I understand, bringing the tenants and the landlords together in a harmonious effort, because they're the one that's sort of in marriage together for the period of the time of the lease or whatever. And how would you characterize the effectiveness of your board in bringing the landlords and the tenants together to come up with an amenable, respectful resolution to the rent control?
Well, one of the major components of our program is our informal mediation component. And what we do, we have formal mediations, and we did more formal mediations where everyone sits in the same room and works out, negotiates the issue. We also have an informal process that's more like shuttle diplomacy. What happens is a tenant can contact us about a problem and request mediation. The landlord can contact us about a problem with a tenant and request mediation. After the request is made, we reach out to the other side and see if they're amenable to mediation. Most of the time, people are amenable to mediation. And what happens in mediation, the goal of mediation, number one, is to make sure that everybody knows what the law is. Everybody knows what their rights and responsibilities are. The second goal is to help the landlord and tenant understand each other and where they're coming from and what their concerns are. And so oftentimes in that process, issues that could have turned into eviction disputes, claims of harassment, nuisance claims, claims by the landlord that the tenant is causing a nuisance or being in violation of their lease agreement, security deposit disputes, many of those can be resolved through conversations that our staff have in an informal mediation. And it's a very effective methodology. We also have the rent adjustment petition process. And while this is a more of a judicial process where decision of the board is made as to whether or not the rent should be reduced or the rent should be increased, we also have a settlement conference prior to every hearing. So it gives both parties an opportunity to settle the matter without it going to a hearing and to avoid it having to potentially go before the rent board or being taken further, perhaps into Superior Court.
Okay, my last question, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Trailer, is that you indicated that there was 24,797 rental units initially, and now you're down to 19,714, which almost is about a 10% reduction. What do you attribute that reduction to? People probably just saying they don't want to deal with the rent control situation. They sell their homes and then it becomes a private development, because I don't think they're selling their homes and going back into a rental agreement. Am I accurate on that point?
So there's two issues. One is the original estimate as to how many rental units there were in Richmond. And when the consultant firm that was hired by the city did their original estimate, they estimated 25,000. That estimate was based on incomplete records. The city didn't have a complete rental housing database. The data had to be cobbled together from business license, from the rental inspection program, from county records to see who took a homeowner's exemption, claiming they're not living there. One of the most important things we did at the beginning of the program was start sifting through that data and trying to find out whether or not that number was right. And what we found was that the number of rental units is actually closer to around 20,000 instead of 25,000. And the way we did that was through mass exemption verification project that we held at the beginning of the program. We also do annual billing projects to make sure that we find out whether a unit is a rental or not. So the number of rental units that we currently have right now reflects a more accurate number of what the actual number of rental units are in Richmond versus what we had at the beginning, which was kind of a general estimate. Now the reality of the housing stock in Richmond is that it fluctuates, just like in any other city, but it really fluctuates a lot here in Richmond because we have so many single family homes that are rentals. And remember, single family homes are not rent controlled, but they are covered by just cause. So you can have, a house in the north and east where I live, and it is currently rented, and it's a rental, and they sell the property, and someone wants to move into their first single family home, and they do so, and they take that unit off the rental market at that time. When they do that, they may live there for the rest of their lives. They may sell it at some point and rent it out again. And our job is to monitor that. We regularly have to see what's coming in and what's going out. We have hundreds of units that are under review that are constantly being verified as being either covered by the rent ordinance or by rent control and just cause or not. And so, there may be data in the future that indicates that the pandemic, has had an impact on the housing market, but we don't have that data yet in terms of whether or not it's encouraged more people to get into the rental business or to get out of the rental business.
Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much for that excellent presentation and all the data that you've provided. My question, I have a question and then a comment. So the question is about the tenant harassment ordinance. The rent board does monitor that, right? Or implement that. Is that correct or no?
No, that is a city council law.
Okay.
So the city attorney would need to comment on the tenant harassment ordinance in terms of what the city does. This is a law that, to my understanding, and again, I'm not an attorney, so I shouldn't probably say anything, but it is a private right of action from what I understand. But I'd let the city attorney's office should comment on that.
Yeah, so I'll ask the city attorney to weigh in on that, but a question while I still have you examine or thinking about this, Nick, is so what happens if a renter comes to you with a saying, hey, I've been harassed, I'm being harassed. So how do you deal with that? I mean, it seems like that might be the normal first stop that they would have. Do you notify the city attorney's office or what?
So oftentimes claims of harassment have connection to rent control issues, to eviction issues.
Mm-hmm.
So we counsel them on the issues that relate to the rent ordinance. If they believe that they have a claim against the landlord for harassment, we refer them to either legal aid if their income qualifies, or to seek advice from an attorney on, to consider affirmative action.
So have you had many of those? I mean, do you have any data on the number of people? I know you had data on how many people you referred to legal aid. So were some of them people who had harassment issues?
Yes, but it's rarely just harassment. I mean, it certainly includes harassment in terms of overall picture of what they're trying to communicate. But it may implicate habitability issues, and the landlord's not fixing things, and I think the landlord is trying to push me out because of not fixing things. There may be maybe a poor communication, poor business acumen on the part of some property owners, and they get into conflicts with the tenant. There may be, and vice versa. Oftentimes there's poor communication from the tenant to the landlord. But either way, harassment issues cover a broad range of issues. And we try to assist them with the rent control issues that we can and eviction protection issues that we can. And when it gets outside of our scope, when it gets into the realm of possible legal action, then we refer them to an attorney. However, if there is, we certainly have a good relationship with the city attorney's office. Our general counsel regularly is in communication with the city attorney's office on these kind of issues. If we see egregious situations, we certainly would refer those types of cases, at least refer the tenant to seek advice, either from an attorney, or they can contact the city attorney's office. And of course, we would inform the city attorney's office if it were an egregious situation.
Okay, I don't need to hear from the city attorney's office right now. I think I get the understanding of if it's a claim, it has to go to the city attorney or some legal aid group. So my final comment, and this I'm not asking you to weigh in on right now, but I've already emailed you about it, Nick. I just want to remind you that there is a new state law in terms of floating home rent allowances of only a certain amount of rent increases. And we have 8 floating homes at the San Pablo Harbor. So I'll be in touch with you as to, who implements that. And because I know the residents are very much interested in learning what the city will be doing to assure that that new state law is implemented. So I'll just be in touch on that. So thank you again for everything you've been doing.
Thank you.
So I had a few questions, just following up on Councilor McLaughlin's last or next to last question. Is somebody here from the city attorney's office? No?
Yeah. Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you know if you've had any complaints filed, any harassment complaints filed with the city attorney's office since we passed that law? And if so, have you prosecuted any of them?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, my point is, and I'll make it in a few other questions, but my point is that I've held for a long time that this whole rent control program is sort of a solution looking for a problem. And I think that's an indication of it. When this was passed by the city council, it was represented as a crisis that we had to address with new legislation, and that it was widespread. And the fact is that we're not aware that anybody's even made a complaint since we passed the law. So moving on to a couple of other things, Mr. Traylor, you and I have had discussions over the last couple of 3 years about the number of rental units, and I appreciate your explanation that your count, your early count was an estimate, and that it turned out to be, significantly overestimated. but I think you say now that you're pretty certain that there are 20,910 rental units in Richmond. Is that right?
It's closer to 19,700, I believe.
Okay, I thought I took that off your, well, okay, 19,000 and some. So do you know if the number of rental units has actually increased or decreased since 2017?
Well, I can tell you that it fluctuates on an annual basis. I could put together that information for the city council if we want to look at the actual number of units that have been withdrawn through the Ellis Act. There's also the number of rental units.
Well, you gave us those numbers. I think you said there were like I can't remember, 240 units or something that were withdrawn, formally withdrawn. So we know those units are not available anymore. But in terms of gross numbers, do you know if there's actually been an overall increase or decrease in available rental units in the last 5 years?
I don't know with certainty what that number is, whether it's up or down. I do know that some years we have had an increase in rental units, and other years we've seen decreases. For example, right prior to the pandemic, we did have a pretty good increase in partially covered rental units, single family homes and condominiums. I can provide that information to the city council at a future meeting, or per your further request.
So if I represented right now that there's been a decrease, you wouldn't be able to argue with it, but on the flip side, I wouldn't be able to prove it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, if we were to get into the weeds of this, it would be interesting to look at like what types of rental units are maybe being taken off the rental market. Are they single family homes because they've been sold to owner occupiers? That's
I think it'd be important to get that information if you have it, because I and some others have represented that so many units have been taken off the market in response to rent control and just cause that we now have fewer units than before. And you've argued that that's not the case, but I don't really know what the case is. So if you have credible information that'll show it either way, I'd like to see it. So the second question I have has to do with median rental rates and annual increases. And so based on the figures in your most recent report, it appears that at least over the last 3 or 4 years, the median rent has actually gone down. It's continued to drop, right?
I know that in the year of the pandemic in 2020, it definitely went down, but that was somewhat expected. I think that it's gone. I think you're right. I think it has gone down a bit over the years.
Well, but based on your report, let's see. The median rent increase for rent control units in fiscal year 2019-20 dropped by $6 compared to the fiscal year 2019, and in 2021 a decrease of $16 compared to the fiscal year 2018-19. So there's been a steady decrease in median rent. However, there has also been an increase in rental rates. And I think you showed for instance, 2021, there was a $39 increase. What I don't understand is how can you have steadily dropping median rents and still have a rent increase of, in this case, $39, which would represent about 2.7%, I think. I don't understand how those numbers can be going different directions.
I'm not exactly sure what your question is. Are you saying?
Well, in 20, well, in 2020,
Mhm.
2021, you said there was a $39 median increase in rents,
Mhm.
but overall rents went down. So how can median rents be going down on one hand, and how can there be a median increase on the other hand? It doesn't compute.
Well, you'll see that for example, in 2019, 2020, the median rent was what, 1,550 or 1,500. The rent increase was $50. The median rent increase was $50, and that's because the annual general adjustment was higher that year. The allowable rent increase was higher that year.
You
So,
understand?
and also it was applied to higher rents.
But the same year, the median rent went down from $1,550 to $1,400.
Mhm.
So again, how can rents be going down while increases are going up?
Well, the increase actually went from 50 to 39, so that's a decrease. Isn't that?
Well, again, how can there be a median increase of anything if rents are going down? So anyway, I don't understand that. And I think that I think that kind of brings up the thing that's befuddled me ever since we started rent control, and that is that based on all the data that's out there, rents in Richmond, all rents, not just the rent control rents, but all rents, and there's like there's like 10,000 units that are not rent controlled, and all those rents have been either constant, stable, or they've gone down, and yet we're spending millions of dollars on rent control based on the narrative that rents are going up and that we have to control them. So
Right.
that's a great narrative, but it doesn't reflect reality. So
well, can I make a quick comment, Mayor?
Yeah, sure.
So remember, the purpose of the rent ordinance is to promote community stability through housing stability. So what it does when you have a rent stabilization law, what it does is it stabilizes the rent increases in a way that's similar to the kind of stability that I enjoy, that many of the residents here in Richmond enjoy, who have 30-year fixed term mortgages. We have mortgage control to a certain extent, right? Because our mortgages are regulated. There's many countries, England, for example, you can't get a 30-year fixed term mortgage. The most you can get is a 10-year. Many countries. The United States is an outlier when it comes to housing stability for homeowners. But when it comes to housing stability for renters, it seems like the dialogue changes, and maybe the homeowners deserve it, the renters don't. I believe that everybody in the community deserves housing stability. And I think it benefits the community because number one, if you have housing stability, you have more financial stability. You can plan for the future. You can work more if you want to try to save money because you know your housing costs are going to be stable. The same way that I know if I work hard, that I can save money and send my kids to college and, save up for the house repairs and do whatever I got to do to stay afloat. And so that's why I support housing stability. And I think it's also important to recognize that one of the other major purposes of the rent ordinance is to promote housing affordability. Now, housing affordability means that you can afford your annual increases. They're manageable. They're not erratic in such a way that it causes instability, financial instability. And as you can imagine, even one or two instances of extreme financial instability can cause major problems for people that reverberate throughout the community and throughout our economy.
Well, we all want housing affordability. I can't argue with you there, but I just can't find any credible information that rent control is actually playing any role in that. And I can't find any credible information that rent control is actually encouraging the construction of new housing, which would provide additional housing for people. So anyway, I know that that I'm not going to convince you or anybody else on this panel. So let's go to Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nicholas, for the presentation, and Fred for being here and working hard to represent landlords and renters and support them. I believe also that rent stability and housing stability is key, and rent control and the rent board make a big is an important part of having that stability. Not only for 49% of our community who are renters. So thank you for that. I think one thing that it wasn't mentioned and I wanted to ask is inflation this year had played a big part on the average rent and the increase in rent. So how much, what was the increase in rent in 2022?
It was 5.2%.
And what is the average of rent increase that represent a 5.2%?
The average rent increase, 5.2. I have to get back to you on that, but I'm sure it's going to be more than $50 or $39. I don't, I'd have to do the math. Maybe Fred is our
Are you saying the allowable rent increase was 5.2 or the actual rent increase?
the allowable rent increase.
Okay, do you know what the actual increase was?
That's going to be in our next annual report, which we are working on right now. We obviously were impacted like everyone else by the pandemic and had to delay 1 year's annual report and combine them. So we will be presenting that information, hopefully to the new city council in the coming months.
So the allowable rent increase for this year after the pandemic, and still people struggling with a pandemic, it was really high. So I think this is what, like the average of what it has been increased, it has been 3%, but with inflation went up to 5.2%. And there are people who cannot afford that. And this is why we are here trying to make sure that we continue to provide housing stability and access to houses for people. Still, there are many people in the community that are working really hard and cannot afford a house. A single mom with 2 daughters cannot afford to rent a single family home with at least 2 bedrooms for her and her 2 kids. So I think what we are like, the reality that we are talking here is about the stability that we want for our residents that are not able to have the opportunity to be homeowners, like many of us are. And thank you for bringing that up. We have stability. We had fixed mortgage, and I can plan through that. And many people, if we didn't have rent control, couldn't plan for that. I remember I have my one of my neighbors who was in she was a senior and in a fixed income, and her house, it was a single family house, so it doesn't have rent control, so her rent went up $300. She couldn't afford, she had to leave. So I think there is a lot of things that we need to have to be changed at the state level, but we are doing our part here at the local level to protect our community and to protect 40+% of our residents who are renters in our city. Thank you so much.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 3 speakers at the moment. I have Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell, and Zach Jensen. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
You know, most of these people are crying about rent control. They have a bunch of dead-end jobs. You know, you don't see people working at the post office, PG&E, all these professional people. They're not crying about rent. I mean, you're crying over about a $30 increase. You all remember TOPA when the city council wanted to devalue the people's property? A home was worth almost $500,000. They wanted to devalue it to about 200,000. I mean, this is getting to be stupid. You know what? I smell Measure P. That's what I smell, because I voted no on Measure P because I knew it was implemented by the RPA. They're making the landlord look like they're a bunch of villains. And Willis, he ain't never been an idiot. Every time he talks about rent control, he wants to condemn the landlord. Oh, the landlord's this, the landlord that, the landlord's going to have to pay for people moving somewhere else. That's just a bunch of garbage. And you can't forget this eminent domain that McLaughlin, it was a scam, who wanted to take away your property during the scam in 2008. It's just a bunch of radical idiots you got there on the renters board who wants to control society. They don't want people to have nothing. All they want to do is implement their stupid programs that they want to do. Because I tell other people, man, I've been telling, but you got to vote no on Measure P because it's just a con game. And vote for me for mayor. I'll be the best mayor you ever have. Because there's a lot of people out there see me out everywhere I go. Hey, Mark, hey, mayor. They're calling me mayor this and mayor that. Hey, we're going to vote for you. I said, yeah, go ahead. I was in Sizzler the other day having lunch, and this guy walked up to me and goes, hey, you running for mayor, right? I said, yeah. I didn't even know that. He goes, vote for me. I said, okay. No, I said,
The next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Alrighty. So I want to thank the rent ordinance board and everyone involved for their hard work and for this great presentation. It's super informative. I really appreciate their work with the landlords and renters during the pandemic when so many were put out of work. They were giving stability for many during a time of instability, whether it was from COVID or from inflation. Housing instability can be especially scary, especially when so many in our city live paycheck to paycheck. I know that my mother, who is a single mom who works as a paralegal with a good job and 2 kids, still we had to constantly move whenever the rent went up. So removing the volatility and giving stability to the price of housing is especially important, I think, for young people, for families, and for people on fixed incomes. So I'm so grateful that you are offering this service of housing stability and when it's so necessary. And I also want to thank you for your persistence in outreach and engagement with the community. There's a lot of negativity. Everybody wants to pretend they're Nostradamus with the housing market, and they are offering such an important service. I think that this presentation has really shown the need for their work, and then especially with mediations in particular, such a valuable service as it addresses the disproportionate power dynamic within housing. I want to thank them for their expertise and advocacy for stable housing here in Richmond for the average Richmond renter and landlord. I hope that we can continue to be a city that helps keep Richmond residents from being priced out. So in closing, I just really want to thank you all for, again, ensuring that the city supports Richmond residents with one of the most basic of human needs. And I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zach Jensen. Zach, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there, members of council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Zach Jensen. I'm a resident of Richmond. I'm also a small property owner, so I'm a landlord. I own a triplex and I live in the triplex as well. I called in a couple weeks ago about this, and you know what? I'm a firefighter and we're getting a call and I have to go right now. So I'm sorry. I wanted to say I support rent control and the rent control program, but I would like you to please very carefully reevaluate the provision of Proposition P that restricts rent to 60% of the CPI. I really worry about the long-term effects that it could have on property values over the course of like a 20-year renting cycle or owning cycle. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident. And I just wanted to say, first of all, I want to thank our city council and the housing department for really being conscious of the fact that as council member McLaughlin and Jimenez pointed out, that 40% of Richmond residents are renters, which is a significant portion of the population. I too am a renter. I'm also a senior. I'm also the sole caretaker of a minor. And so I'm very, very conscious of the fact that I could very easily be priced out of the city. Luckily, I have a very good landlord who's very understanding and has not raised my rent astronomically, but I don't feel that people's right to housing should be dependent on whether or not on the benevolence of the owner. And so I really think it's important that the city has policies that protect the ability of renters to stay in their apartments, to stay in their homes, and to stay in the city, and to recognize that that's a public safety issue. When people feel worried about their housing, when they don't have basic needs met like shelter, food, and health, that creates the kinds of conditions that lead to increases in crime. And so I think it's important for us as a society to recognize that one of the basic roles of government is to make sure that people's basic human needs are taken care of. And those needs include food, health, and shelter. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
I see Councilmember Willis and McLaughlin with hands up. You guys want to speak? Go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, just based off the comment I heard. Director Traylor, when it comes to folks who are concerned about the allowable rent increase cap, regardless of whether or not a Prop P is going to pass or not, could you briefly summarize what the petition process for an allowable adjustment is like, and what are some of the qualifications that go into a petition that would allow you to increase rents past the allowable limit?
Sure. Would you like me to start with tenant petitions or landlord petitions?
Yeah, either or. I just wanted a brief summary because I feel like that gets, I think that part gets lost in the discourse on for rent control against rent control.
Right. So, if you go into a sandwich shop and you order a sandwich and you pay $10 for that sandwich and you're expecting a full sandwich, but you only get half of the sandwich or a quarter of the sandwich, or maybe they don't include the lettuce or the meat or the whatever you ask for, you're going to ask for a reduction in the price. The same concept goes for housing in terms of habitability. If you, as tenants in the state of California, have a right to what's called the warranty of habitability. These are basic state law standards for habitability. And this warranty of habitability is baked into every lease agreement, even if it's not in the lease agreement. So if there's a reduction or in habitability, reduction in a deterioration of the unit, there are code violations that the property owner is not addressing, is not fixing in a timely manner, a tenant can file a petition to reduce their rent to compel the landlord to make the repairs, and the rent could be reduced going forward until the repairs are made. The same holds true possibly, for example, let's say a tenant has complained about lack of heat for over a year and the landlord has not fixed the issue. Well, they could file not only to have the rent reduced until the heat is restored, but they can ask for a rent refund for that time period where they had a lack of heat or a lack of some other habitability issue. You can also file a petition if there's a reduction in space. And a lot of times habitability issues cause a reduction in livable space. There's also a petition to decrease the rent due to a decrease in housing services. So if you move in and included in your rent is a parking spot and is a dishwasher and other housing services. And if those services are removed, or if the dishwasher isn't fixed, the tenant can petition to reduce their rent to compel the landlord to either continue to provide that service or just potentially receive a rent reduction due to that reduction in service. There's also a petition to reduce the rent if the tenant is denied replacement rooming. So if you move in with 3 people into a rental unit and one of the person moves out and the owner refuses to let you have a third housemate again, the tenant can petition to reduce the rent by a third in that particular scenario. Now, landlords can also petition to increase the rent due to an increase in the number of occupants. So if the tenant wants to get an additional roommate, the landlord can petition for an increase as long as it's not a direct family member or spouse or registered domestic partner being added on, or child. Landlords can also file a petition to increase the rent. It's called a fair return petition. And what that is the landlord has a right under the California Constitution and U.S. Constitution to a fair return. And what that means is we look at the year prior to rent control, which is 2015, and we look at what was their income, their net operating income. So that's rental income minus expenses. And we look at that amount and we say that landlord has a right to maintain that amount adjusted for inflation compared to the current year, which is, in this case, if it were filed this year, it would be 2021. And the idea there is that free from the pressures, the upward pressures of discussions on rent control coming into effect and potentially having landlords raise the rent because they want to avoid missing the chance to raise the rent. The rents that the landlord charged in 2015 were set based on general market conditions. And so the idea is that if they were set based on general market conditions back in 2015, as long as you adjust the income that the landlord received in 2015 for inflation, they're receiving a fair return. And there are plenty of cases where the landlord has not maintained that level of income. And we have had, in fact, we have a whole slew of these types of petitions right now that are filed. And some landlords have received $250 increases because of capital improvements and increased maintenance costs. Others have received smaller increases. But regardless, when a landlord files that type of petition, there's actually a cap of no more than 15% that's amortized over time. So the landlord can make sure they're compensated and the tenant isn't hit with a gigantic rent increase in any one year.
Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to state, I know it's been stated that like 40% of our residents rent. Actually, it's 50%. Half of our residents rent, and this is an important constituency. I mean, we have to recognize that everyone has a right to housing. It's why I'm so active with our unhoused population, whether to move them into transitional and then permanent or directly into permanent. Everybody has a right to housing. It is a human right. And the UN Declaration of Human Rights talks about it as such, as a human right. So this is something our country is very bad at. Our state is very bad at, with the high cost of housing and the housing crisis. Other countries do better than us and give everybody a roof over their heads. We have a long way to go, but our rent control and Measure P that will give renters an affordable increase each year rather than the 5.2% increase that this year is allowing. So hopefully Measure P will pass because housing is a human right and because we have so many of our renters who are in dire straits. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to move on to the abatement report. They've got it keyed up, ready to go. So we're going to do that. And then we'll go to our last two items.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Please queue up the abatement report. Thank you. The Public Works abatement update. Next slide, please. We had 2 neighborhood dumpster days, one at Shields Reed, where we had 19 Richmond Republic dumpsters and 1 Sims Metal, and one at Fairmead Hilltop with 4 Richmond Republic dumpsters and 1 Sims Metal. Next slide, please. Illegal dumping, we removed 209.94 tons, comprised of about 152 tires, 268 mattresses, 90 gallons of paint and oil. Next slide, please. We also continue to clean up our alleys and the illegal dumping in our alleys. Next slide. Encampment abatements, 7 of those, which yielded 6.9 tons of removal of abatement. Next slide. Total tonnage collected is 215.9 tons from the illegal dumping and the encampments. Next slide. Weed abatement, we continue with weed abatement. This is the Richmond Park Bay Trail at 1.5 miles. Next slide. Also, graffiti removal continues at 133 locations and 266 tags removed. Next slide. Private cleanup and fencing also continues. Next slide. We dismantled 2 RVs and 2 vehicles empty. Final slide. We also partner with Sims Metal, Republic, Core, the police department, and I Heart Richmond. That is our presentation for today.
Any questions from council members? Okay, we'll move on to item 0.
Mr. Mayor, may I just ask one question?
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
It appears the more we clean up, the more we have to continue to clean up. Is that a fair assessment? As soon as we clean up one area, the next 2 or 3 days is graffiti and is garbage and everything else there? And the question is, have we considered using cameras to try to, especially some of these areas where it's a continuous throwing garbage and mattresses and everything? What are we doing to do some prevention aspect?
That is something we will take a look at. I do know in some of my prior jurisdictions, we have camera at certain areas, and that has worked, but we do need to be able to monitor the cameras. So these are areas we will be taking a look at in the future.
Councilmember Bates, we have deployed cameras in the past. It has been difficult for us to get consensus with PG&E on mounting the cameras in certain locations. So staff is working on that. And also the police department has an RFP out right now for cameras. So that's, we have a 3-pronged strategy that we're using at this juncture. I do want to note that it is disconcerting that we constantly have dumping, but it is important to us, especially since we host the transfer station, that we try to be as responsive as possible and work with our public works department to pick up things, because as soon as we get a call from residents or an email, or something reported on the app, staff try to get out and take care of it as quickly as possible. But I have, over the last 3 years, seen a significant increase throughout the city in terms of the amount of debris. And so everyone is doing the best they can. We're working actively with Caltrans and all of the other BNSF, Republic Services, and others to try to keep things clean.
Well, let me just point out something. We've been talking about PG&E for several months now, as I recall. I don't know who you're dealing with at PG&E, but you ought to have the mayor to convene a meeting with the top people who make the decision at PG&E, and not the line workers, not those individuals, the general manager. And once you have a meeting, they need us as much as we need them, and they have to understand that aspect. And this business of not allowing us to use a telephone pole is ridiculous. That pole is sitting up there. They even allow some of the telephone people to use the poles. And why they can't allow the city of Richmond if we so desire? So I don't think that we are pursuing that in the manner that we should, with some degree of authority and demand. So that's just my observation. You don't fight for what you want, you're not going to get it. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll move on to item 0.3A. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item 0.3A is to direct staff to conduct a comprehensive audit of the Richmond Port that will provide a comprehensive assessment and integrate the development of the Blue-Green New Deal into the ongoing planning and operations of the Port of Richmond, and return to the City Council in January of 2023.
Council members McLaughlin and Jimenez, you've sponsored this. Would one like to introduce it?
Yeah, thank you. The Port of Richmond presents a great economic opportunity for the city, and as was mentioned in the staff report, we currently are working on a green and blue New Deal to see what kind of jobs can be created, and the Port of Richmond could be a hub for hosting these new businesses and see what opportunities we had. However, the port over the many years had some financial challenges and some management that we want to know more. Councilmember McLaughlin and I had been really looking into information about leases and subleases and information about our RFP to really know like how much economic advantages we are getting out of what we have right now and potential new opportunities. So the idea of understanding more the current and past finances of the port is very important. So we know we get an understanding of the opportunities and the challenges that we are facing, and get more transparency to our community about who is benefiting from these public assets that we have. One of the things that when I got to be city council, that I did was to ask for a full information about all the leases that the city has. And thank you, city manager Charles Kroll, that at that time was as a deputy city manager that worked hard to get put together the rent roll. But it took the city staff almost a year to put that information together. And it has been really helpful to understand that part of the rent roll is the port. So I think it's time for us to get a full audit that is showing the finances. It looks into information like the leases and subleases of the port, including start dates and expiration dates, so we know what is there or what are the opportunities maybe to have other things. The current approval of uses of each terminal, so we don't get liability issues for no having the appropriate use of there. Information of all the business, economic activities, and every registration that the city they have with the city of Richmond. For instance, is all the leases and like the subleases had appropriate business license or any registration. Information that is available about all the RFPs put out by the city, how long they were out for the public to know, and how many applicants each RFP had. Detailed budget information of 10-year cash flow report, the rent roll information that I was talking about, and all transfer in and out, and rent roll information of each subleases. Loans made to the port from the general fund, and back payments if there had been any. There is a $14 million that the port owns to the general fund. It was more before. It had been paying some part, but still is there. And I know that it's different, like the port is not a different entity, and it's part of kind of like overall city, so we will need to look at it. And more other things that we would like to have information. So, and the overall thing is to have an adequate information so that the city council and the public know about what is happening on the port. And when new business, new opportunities came, we have an overall information of what are the challenges that we are facing right now, what are the challenges that we were facing before, and what are the opportunities that can be. So I stopped there, and I don't know if Councilmember McLaughlin will add something more.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Jimenez. I think that says it quite well. I just want to add that it's really important for us all and the public to get a sense of where we're at the port, and for staff to know exactly where things are at. We don't have a identified port director right now. We have someone who's our economic development manager who handles the port and so many other things. But we don't have a separate port director right now. And in the past, we had problems, real problems. And those problems need to get worked out. They are getting worked out, but we need to work them out further. And we think this item is a way to really get a handle on the economics, where things are at, and also what sites are vacant at the port or might become vacant with the expiration of a contract, so we can start exploring what we want at the port. You know, new opportunities, new green opportunities. That's why the Green Blue New Deal is kind of weaved into this, because we want to know what is available and how we might be able to get some good green jobs available for our community as a result. And blue jobs, meaning, you know, water related jobs. So I also want to state that we want to have some good sustainability policies that we want staff to start thinking about. We, in the past, had been trying to get an electrification of the port so when ships come in and they're idling, they don't cause all the particulate matter to go into our air quality and cause harm to our community. So, you know, there's various solar addressing, putting the ships on a solar array so that they can turn off their engines and be powered by solar and not cause the emissions to get into our air. So it's sort of a start. Have staff come back in January with the economic analysis and some policy suggestions, and let us know what sites are vacant. So that's where what we're asking for. We might need more of a detailed analysis, but for now, getting something to us in January, as per all the statements that Councilmember Jimenez made in terms of the specifics we're asking for, I think will be a big plus in moving us forward. And yes, it's called shore power. Thank you, City Manager, for putting this in the chat. That electrification process is called shore power, so that we can protect our community from the impact of emissions when ships are docked along the port. So that's all I have to say.
City Manager, can you get this done by January?
We will certainly try. A lot of the information has been pulled by staff. Our finance director is currently out of the office on vacation, but we have a lot of the information that has been requested. We just need to put it in the format that's been requested by the council. And I think what we can do is we can provide information in an iterative manner, so that way the council can let us know if we're providing it what they're looking for.
So I have no general objection to this. I think the more city council members understand about the port and the public for that matter, the better off we are. So I think this is all, it's a good thing, but there's some things I'd like to point out. And I would recommend, for one thing, that this study look more forward than backwards. I think, as maybe one or both sponsors pointed out, we've had a lot of challenges with our port in the past, and I'm not sure how productive it's going to be to go back and revisit them. You know, I think there are also some general misunderstandings about the port. Councilor McLaughlin asked about, you know, what opportunities are there, what sites are going to be vacant and that kind of thing. Well, the fact is that the Richmond port is a lot smaller than most people think. It only has 3 active sites. It has Terminal 2, Terminal 3, and the Point Patrol Marine Terminal. The Point Patrol Marine Terminal, which is the largest of the 3, has been and continues to be under a long-term lease for car imports. So there's not a lot of opportunities to do anything there other than what's being done. And then there are 2 piers in that area that and the old graving basins that are leased out to people for for berthing, and they're all leased out. There's not anything available there. Terminal 3 is also under a long-term lease, so there's not any opportunities to change that. Terminal 2 is leased up. I understand that it's going to be up for renewal sometime soon, so maybe that's worth looking at. Terminal 4 is really not an active terminal. The city council designated that as open space, and it's not a place that really has a lot of promise as a marine terminal in the future. So there really are limited opportunities to do something there. The other thing that a lot of people don't understand is that the 3 active terminals we have are all designated port priority area under the general plan. So they have to be used for maritime uses. You can't put condos there. You can't put offices there. They've got to be part of anything you develop there has to be part of an active maritime operation. So I think, if you're going to do this audit, you need to point some of these things out. You need to talk about port priority areas. Obviously, you're going to talk about the current leases. And I think one thing that wasn't mentioned that we seriously need is a condition report and a projection of what it takes to make repairs and capital improvements to our port. As far as I know, in the 28 years I've been on the city council, we've never had one. And nobody really knows what kind of shape all of our port infrastructure is in, or what it will cost to bring it up to some kind of a standard. So that's something I've asked for, and it's a desperate need. Another thing to look at is grants. There have been huge opportunities for maritime grants in the past, and there are even larger opportunities right now. There are literally hundreds of millions of dollars available for improving port infrastructure. And the city of Richmond has not pursued any of these for years. All the other ports in the Bay Area have been getting grants for tens, if not tens of millions of dollars, and we haven't submitted any at all. And that's something else we need to crank up. I understand we did get $1 million grant for shoreside power, Councilmember McLaughlin. So that project is something that's going to be underway. But I think these are some things we need to look at. We do have opportunities there, but they're not necessarily the kind of opportunities people think about. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 4 speakers at the moment. We have, 5 now. Mark Wasberg, Sally Tobin, Lisa Cody, Jamin Purcell, and Pam Stello. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark? Okay, we'll come back to Mark.
You know what? I'm going to give Mark his 3rd warning. If I hear him campaigning again, I'm not going to recognize him at all in the rest of the evening. So,
Okay, we'll come back to Mark. We'll go to Sally Tobin. Sally, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Sally Tobin, a Richmond resident. I support this measure to carry out an audit of the Port of Richmond facilities and to report the results to the council. This is important for the council's fiscal and environmental oversight, as well as for policy development and for planning the future. An audit will also be a critical component for the submission of future grant proposals. In addition, shore power is very important for the health of Richmond residents who already have twice the asthma rates of other areas of Contra Costa County. Long Beach, one of the busiest ports on the West Coast, has already gone to shore power, so Richmond should be able to pull that off. In particular, such an audit is needed so that training programs for forward-looking jobs will fit the needs of both Richmond residents and the city. Planning for the future requires a detailed analysis of the present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Cody. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cody. I am a research specialist with IFPT Local 21. I would say this is a first for me that I actually agree with a lot of what the mayor had to say, with the exception of the fact that an audit, by definition, looks backwards and looks at the history of the leases, the types of clients, the type of reimbursements. This port owes the general fund an enormous amount of money and has paid back very little of that money. In fact, the city of Richmond has a history of a lot of its enterprise or special funds having negative fund balances for years and years at a time, paying them back and then generating more negative fund balances. And the port is just sort of one example where one would expect to be earning a great deal more money with such a valuable resource. It's vital that the city look backwards, look to see who is there, how long they've been there. Is the city getting what it should out of its resource? Has there been any oversight of those leases? And if so, what are the results of that oversight? My inclination is that there has been very little oversight, just as there's been almost no grant writing or development of those areas and any real thought process into how to develop them. So I wholeheartedly support this audit and hope it will serve the purpose of generating the kind of revenue the city of Richmond desperately needs, the kind of revenue that it deserves for such a resource-rich city. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will try Mark Wasberg again. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark. Okay. We'll move on. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So to tackle the climate crisis, we need to be looking at how to redesign the countless systems and enable that are along our ports, and we need to enable new kinds of climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. That's why the Richmond Green New Deal and the Blue New Deal is really about jobs. It's going to create good paying jobs that will usher in an economy of the future and make sure that no community is left behind. Instead of having that feeling that for some reason the environment ends at the shoreline, we need to be making sure that we are protecting the what is below the water as well. And our coasts are flooding and eroding, and they're threatening the shoreline of Richmond and the residents there. It impacts our safety, our public health, our food security, our infrastructure. All these things are at risk. So if we don't act now, things are only going to get worse as climate change leads to more severe weather and rising tides. But I think it's very, very important we look backwards so we can see what uses were the ports were put to and what were best practices, but also look for mismanagement and look for potential instances of contamination or misuse so we can enter in with full knowledge. What use are we putting like those cranes to, and what condition are they and what potential use could we have of them? We need to be using our ocean and coastal resources to reduce greenhouse gases and gas emissions and draw atmospheric greenhouse gases down to safer levels. And we also need to enable coastal communities to be more effectively and equitably adapt to climate impact so we can make sure we are moving towards a just transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Stello, and after that, it will be David Helvar. Pam Stello, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I fully support the comments made by Lisa Cody, Sally Tobin, and Jamin Purcell. And I want to thank the council members, members McLaughlin and Jimenez, for putting this important agenda item on the agenda, and thank the council members who vote for this item in advance. The port is an underdeveloped public asset, and a comprehensive audit is the kind of fiscal responsibility and forward-looking planning that we need in order to achieve full utilization of the port as a revenue and job-generating asset for the city and an environmentally sustainable operation as part of a just transition for the city. And I want to thank you for advocating for good government, sustainability, green jobs, and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Helvar. David, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'd just like to thank the initiators of this effort. I'm a Richmond resident, executive director of Blue Frontier, which is a national ocean conservation policy group. We partnered with the Center for the Blue Economy to create the Ocean Climate Action Plan, which in 2019, seeing the Green New Deal didn't have enough blue in it, we built a coalition that was national, wide-ranging, and helped contribute to the establishment of and final passage of the IRA climate bill, including at least $3 billion a year for coastal restoration, and as well as $3 billion a year for decarbonizing ports. So I think earlier we'd given our Peter Benchley Ocean Award to Geraldine Natz, who was the first woman, first marine biologist to run a major port, the Port of Los Angeles. It was down there that the Greening Ports movement began, when she brought the harbor commissions of the Port of LA and Long Beach together to pass a clean air action plan. Within 6 years, they reduced air pollution 70% in the port area, which had significant impact on the fence line communities surrounding it. Since then, she's become a leader, global leader of the Greening Ports movement. Some smaller ports, and I'd put Richmond among them, have said that they can't afford the initiatives for like electrification of their ports, cold ironing, other efforts. But in fact, under the IRA climate bill, there's now $3 billion a year that will be directed for decarbonization of ports. And I think it's a great opportunity for Richmond to reach out, to partner with the federal government, the state, and others in moving forward to not just decarbonize the ports, but follow other California ports like LA, Long Beach, and San Diego in developing ways to make the ports both environmentally.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Zach Jensen. Zach, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I called in earlier and I was all queued up to speak on following the rent control presentation, and I had to leave due to a work emergency. And I just wanted to see if that is closed for public comment at this point.
Yes, it's closed for public comment. At this point, we are on a totally different item.
Okay, sorry I missed you. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I have Mark Wasberg's hand, so we'll try him one last time. Mark, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me now, right?
Yes.
Look, green jobs don't pay no money. Okay, we all know that. They don't hire welders. They don't hire electricians. They don't hire crane operators or anything like that. All this green stuff is all blown out of proportion. Now you heard McLaughlin was promising the people the world. Then the mayor says, oh no, that's not going to happen because there's only for marina use. You know, I mean, this whole green thing is just blown out of proportion. I mean, you look at the sky right now, I don't see no smog. You see any smog out there during the hot days? There was no smog at all. You can't not work at a green factory making $25 to $30, $40 an hour like you can at Chevron, and then retire with $1 million in stocks. You see what I'm saying? They want to make every job in Richmond green. You're just going to destroy the whole entire city. You're going to destroy people's careers. I mean, it's so stupid on what you do. They're just a bunch of worthless idiots on that city council who's over there trying to make doing the same thing that idiot Biden you have in office. You're just a bunch of stupid radicals who wants to destroy people's lives. I don't get it. Because like I say, the port will never be green. And this is so stupid of McLaughlin says you're going to have solar panels on containers. Where are they going to put the solar panels at, you stupid idiot McLaughlin? Where are you going to put it? You people are so dumb. You people are promising the people of the world is just all a bunch of pack of lies. Then you got that homosexual. He comes on here to talk about the same crap as the RPA is doing. I don't get it with you people, man. It ain't going to happen. You're not going to make the Port Richmond green. They're going to destroy your livelihood. This is why we need to get rid of the RPA.
Your time has expired. There are no more public speakers.
Mayor Budd, if I may, just want to acknowledge the council's request, and we'll acknowledge that we do need to focus on hiring, and we'll be bringing back a proposal to City Council for their consideration to ensure we fulfill these policy requests.
Thank you. And can I?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you wanted to make the motion.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion that we did a step to do a comprehensive and an independent audit of the Richmond Port that will provide a comprehensive assessment and integrate the development Blue-Green New Deal into the ongoing planning and operation of the Port of Richmond, and return to the City Council in January 2023. Thank you.
Okay, I'll second that. And I would add that it's probably best to get it later in January, like at our study session meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you are mute.
I would like to ask for a friendly amendment that the audit also include a discussion of an infrastructure condition report on the port, a discussion of available grants and what we're doing to try to land some. And then finally, there actually is one vacant property on the port. It's the cafeteria building. So I'd like to include it in that. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
All
Fine
right.
with me as well.
Okay, let's take a vote.
And I want to make sure that we are looking backwards as well, right? That we are going to make sure that we look what we have, what we currently have, and that way it will give us a pretty good picture of how we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Okay, is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent.
Now, the next item is 0.5.A. It has to do with the transfer of the marina lease. And I would like to exercise my discretion as mayor to hold that over for 2 weeks. I had a lot of questions, and I have to admit that staff really scrambled to get me some answers, but you know, they all came in right before the council meeting, and I haven't had a chance to look at them. So I'd like to have some more time. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that the person who's slated to I'm sorry, what is the number again?
5A.
Okay, here it is. 5A. Yeah. So the person who's slated to get this lease has been emailing repeatedly and has been very concerned about it being delayed and delayed and delayed. City manager, can you give us a sense of is this person expecting it to be approved or be on this agenda tonight, and what the ramifications of holding it over further are?
This is the first time we've had it on our agenda.
Well, holding it over, I say it was held up, it seems, in the staff process.
Yes, we have a lot of transactions in the pipeline now. And so Gabino or Craig, you've been in touch with the tenant directly, or the harbor master. So can you kindly answer in terms of the timeline and expectations? Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, city manager. So if there is a delay, the new lesser, which is the Safe Harbors Marina, and it indicated that there's some funding that is pending. They're trying to implement upwards of $1 million towards new capital improvements here in Richmond. And if you read the staff report, our economists who performed the review of the proposed marina transfer indicated that this surely has happened in the other 3 Northern California marinas. So that would be the concern, is that delay. Of course, there's significant economic benefits to city of Richmond with this transfer. So the longer we delay, the less we receive those benefits, including upwards of $500,000 in the transfer tax.
Wait a minute. If we delay this for 2 weeks, are you going to lose $1 million?
No, sir. I'm just pointing out there's a question about a delay and
Well,
Those are-
she asked about the delay and what problems it would cause, and I don't hear any. You're talking about $1 million. Are we gonna lose $1 million if we delay it for 2 weeks?
This is what's been presented to me, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just reflecting that back to council upon the request.
No, just tell me, are we gonna lose $1 million if we delay it for 2 weeks?
We could ask the Safe Harbor folks to speak directly to that and any concern if that's the council's decision. We have Mr. David Clark of Farmington Properties and Kate Pearson, the Vice President of Business Development for Safe Harbor Marinas, if you'd like to hear from them.
Mr. Mayor, I just recall an email from him stating that it was stated initially to him that it would be on in May or June. And then it was like, no, well, we're not quite ready, so it'll be August. And then it was like August, the last meeting in August occurred and the council went on break and it didn't come forward. So he assumed it would come forward in September. And then September came and went.
Well, where are you getting all this information? I haven't gotten anything on it.
Well, this person happens to be the marina is in District 5. So he probably laid out the concerns to me. I put them in staff's hands and said, you know, when is this going to come to council? He's been concerned about it being delayed and delayed and delayed. And so staff told me we'll put it on for November 1st. And here it is.
Well, I'll repeat again that, you know, we only got the staff. This is our marina. And we got a staff report on Thursday night. And I asked a lot of questions and I got a lot of answers like in the last 3 or 4 hours. And I'm just not prepared to go forward with it. I'm gonna put it over 2 weeks.
All right.
Look, if you guys want to bring a motion to overrule me, then do it. And we'll hear.
Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with you holding it over. I don't think 2 weeks is going to matter, but I don't think it is. But if staff can tell me otherwise, I would make a motion, but I'm not hearing that staff is saying those 2 weeks will make a difference. So to get the mayor's questions answered, I'm fine with it being held over.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanna a straight answer from you. So if we pull this off for 2 weeks, there is no any problem that they will lose the money. I just like yes or not. It's just that question like that.
I haven't heard anybody say we're going to lose any money.
I just wanted to confirm. So yes or not?
Craig and Gabino are getting ready to answer the question. Councilmember Jimenez, 1 moment, please.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the things that was brought up is initially we found out about this proposed transfer and the official request was in May. So what Councilmember McLaughlin has indicated is there was delays in processing this. So there's although staff was met many times with both operators, and we also had to engage our economist to perform a review, a due diligence to make sure that financially this decision was adequate for the city. And we had certain requests of that economist. So that report is available as well. But we had heard that this funding could go away by end of the year, and they need lead time as well as transferring staff and accepting the marina from the prior operator who's been here for close to 22 years. So if you want a direct response, we do have representatives of both groups. That's just what I wanted to present. Gabino may have some further information.
Yeah, from my understanding, if we delay, I don't think there's an impact, but the people that are proposing the lease transfer are here. If they don't say anything, then I would propose that it'll be fine to move in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, it's hell over then.
I should hear
Mr.
Kate's.
Could we hear
uh,
from the person who Gabino said is here, just to get a sense of assurance that it's going to be fine in 2 weeks?
Hi, everyone. This is Kate Pearson. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. I represent Safe Harbor Marinas, and we are the proposed assignee for this lease. I do want to point out that we have an outside close date of November 30th for this transaction. So there is a potential that we could lose the transaction just based on the purchase sale agreement.
Well, we're going to meet twice before November 30th, so.
Okay, I understand that the city's process, once the consent has been given by council, could take a couple of weeks. So I do want to keep that in mind.
So Mr. Mayor and city staff, please, let's have this come back by November 15th, no later.
December.
No, November.
November, the next meeting.
Oh,
right?
November.
Next
And
week.
also, may I ask, would the council find it helpful, given that this is real property negotiations, if the city attorney deems it appropriate to also have this on as a closed session item in advance of the open session?
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the last item is the one that Councilmember Bates pulled off, is 0.8.k. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. 08.k is to adopt a resolution honoring Veterans Day.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, you want to?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that in view of the fact that Veterans Day is this coming, next Friday, which means we're not going to have a meeting on the 8th, that we would at least pay some respect and dignity to those who have lost their lives fighting for this country. And I happen to have at least a son who fell to that peril, and many other friends of mine and others as well dying for this country. And just to gloss over it as if it's just another day, I did not feel it was justified. And I would also just point out that today several council members met with Rhonda Harris, who is trying to put together a program and a housing on Carson Boulevard for our veterans. So I just didn't think it was appropriate just to make a motion and gloss over it without serious consideration and respect. So that's why I took it off. And I obviously will make a motion that we approve it, but some others may want to have something to say as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from council members? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, the meeting with Rhonda Harris was fantastic, and she pointed out the fact that we don't do enough for our veterans. But we are beginning to do something here in Richmond. In fact, what we're doing here in Richmond is a precursor of what can be done elsewhere. We are at the forefront of meeting the needs of veterans who have sacrificed a lot for our country. So I want to take my hat off to the veterans and to Rhonda Harris for doing the work that she does.
Okay, would you like to second that motion?
Yes,
Okay.
I second that motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to echo that Rhonda is just one of several of them. The other one is Ron Batiste, and a huge number of other associates, members has been working on this veteran program for quite some time. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yes, I also wanted to express my appreciation
to the veterans who've sacrificed for this country and for our freedoms. And I would also like to give a special shout out to Brother Deeden, who's the president of the National Association of Black Veterans Contra Costa chapter as well.
Okay, Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Councilmember Johnson, do you mean Dadon?
Dadon, yes.
Yeah, I just was clarifying because I was like, now thanks for recognizing them. And I also did want to just take the chance to recognize that we do have a couple of veterans serving with us on the council. I'll also have families that are veterans, and even through our homeless task force process, we met a lot of veterans on the street who feel like they served this country and the system turned their backs on them, or even just for some of our Black veterans in Richmond, hearing them recount their stories of what they did for this country and some of the struggles they had to deal with coming back, not only psychologically, but just practically and getting their lives together. It is very harrowing, and I do appreciate that and wanted to acknowledge those stories too, and a couple of members of our council who are also veterans. So thank you again for having this item on the agenda.
Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we have one. We have Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Willis got a lot of nerve to sit there and praise our veterans when he hates everything in America stands for. Him and his RPA. He never served in the military. You're not even respecting our constitutional rights. I remember when I was at Fort Ord, man. I'll never forget that as long as I live. You never forget your drill sergeants. You got one good drill sergeant, you got one mean drill sergeant. I'll never forget him. Drill Sergeant Kaleni and Drill Sergeant Thornton I had. Captain Zicknick, and my lieutenant was Captain Brock. I'll never forget this guy. And, during World War II, everybody respected the veterans. Vietnam, they didn't respect them. Now we're respecting the veterans now. I think it's about time we did something here for the people that served our country. All right. So, but like I say, it doesn't matter. This is not about race. People want to bring in race. It doesn't matter what race you are. As long as you serve your country, that's fine. My dad was in World War II in the Merchant Marines, sailed the 7 seas. My cousin was in Vietnam. I mean, but like I say, we could do more for our veterans, which I think they should. But when you have a city council that's tearing down our Constitution, that's not respecting our laws, I mean, this is getting pretty bad. You have the nerve to sit there and praise our veterans when you hate everything America stands for. I don't even know why you're on that city council. You took a note to our Constitution and you stab it right in the fucking back. That's all you are, Willis. You're a two-faced, no good son of a bitch. If it wasn't for the RPA, you'd be nothing. You still be living on welfare and walking to the city council like you used to do. You got a lot of nerve to say that crap, you and your fucking ass RPA bullshit.
Your time has expired. There are
Okay, any more public speakers?
No.
Thank you for your service, Mark. And in all honesty, you have the potential to be a great person, and you always choose to be terrible. So I really don't feel bad about any criticisms that come from you, nor should anybody else in the public or anybody else on this council, because you need to work on yourself before you start criticizing others. But thank you for your service nonetheless.
Okay, let's take a vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
That was a good old Southern read. Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Beck.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I think that brings us down to item Q, reports of officers. Anybody have any reports?
Yeah, I have one report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I just want to echo and bring to the front the Galileo Club is going to hold its annual Louis Aiello Turkey Dinner this coming Saturday, 11/12 at 7 p.m. Tickets may be available, but you need to call the club. And Louis Aiello was a longtime Richmond resident, made a significant contribution to the community. And this is going to be a very nice event in honor of Mr. Louis Aiello. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to remind the public to turn in their ballots, get out and vote by Tuesday, November 8th. Do your civic duty. It's an important election. Thanks.
Okay, any other reports of officers? Are there any memorials anybody would like to do?
I made a mistake. It's this Saturday, not the 11th, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah, for Louis Aiello, this coming Saturday, not the 11th.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, I actually have two, but I'll start with the one closest to home. I'd like to adjourn the meeting in the name of Mr. Brady Jackson, longtime Richmond resident who's survived by his wife, Yolanda, two sons, his daughter, Merced, and his sister, Miss Bonnie Jackson. And I'm sure, you know, and the second is the Atlanta rapper, Quavo of the rap group Migos, who was 28 years old and killed in the city of Houston, Texas last night. May they both rest in peace.
And I would like to remember Bob Dabney, spouse of Cheryl Meyer. He passed away about a week ago, I think. And longtime Richmond resident. He was a longtime member of my Richmond Rotary Club. I don't have any information about any services at this time. Are there any others? Okay, well, you done good, folks. 9:37, that's a record. So enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll see you on the 15th.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.